Aha! Welcome everyone! Welcome to Drakenmemoria. For those of you who might be wondering what this is, well, it's Dungeons and Dragons. More precisely, a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. So if it's not something that you want to watch, well, too late. We're already prepared, so maybe better luck next time. I doubt it, but, you know. For everyone else who is here on purpose or actually wants to look at people playing Dungeons and Dragons, also people in chat, hey, I see one person's already there. So if you're back from a previous session, if you're here because one of your friends told you that this was a decent show, you know, well,
they lied.
We're just above mediocre. You know, just not the worst, but just above it. So, but don't worry, it's gonna get better. Like drinking wine. We're not gonna get better. You're gonna get more and more drunk, and it's gonna make it more fun. So,
cheese might be included.
So
we don't underage drinking. Twitch don't.
Well, technically, I've always said that all of my players need to be 18 years old and older. So, and there have been a few interesting choice of words in the past. So, if you're underage, we're so sorry.
Well, as a casual reminder, that in the United States, you must be 21 years of age to legally drink.
Yes, because here in Canada and in Quebec, 18 is enough. Although if you look at teenagers, you might think that 16 is enough. But it's supposed to be 18.
That's why you drive up to Vancouver before you turn 21.
Absolutely.
All right, so if you're actually here to look at people playing Dungeons and Dragons because you liked our previous session, because your friend told you that it was a interesting way to pass time for the evening, well, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And as you can see, we're all here. We are a few minutes late compared to usual because we still had sound problem, but hopefully nothing bad's gonna happen, including power outs. So let's get started.
I knocked on wood. We're good.
Oh, that's a good measure. I also have a little piece of wood. My camera is fixed on it, so I don't want to hit it too hard. All right, so that's about everything that I wanted to say. For shameless promotion, as always, thank you for Chaotic Calling, who keeps rating us, or when they're not streaming, just visiting us while we are in our stream. It's always extremely appreciated. And also Kaharthane City Guild, who allows us to post a post on their Discord server to try to get people to come and watch us. So if you're from there, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you with us. That's about it for now. We don't have a lot of people. There might actually be something that will get added soon because every player has had their character art redone. Most likely will be done next week, so might actually have new graphics. And for those of you who might be interested in joining Kaharthane City Guild because you want to find yourself a new group, or visit Chaotic Calling because they're also a D&D channel. They're all D&D related channel. Chaotic Calling has their own campaign right now. About to have their own campaign. And Kaharthane City Guild is a Discord channel for people who want to find groups, find DMs, find streaming group, non-streaming group, as long as it relates to Dungeons and Dragons. So you can all find their information below the window. So if you're on Twitch, it's on one of the panels, and if you're on YouTube, it's in the description below the window. And I think that's about it. So, let's get this episode started. Last few episodes, the party finally managed to get done with their quest of finding a lost cat. 10 feet long, fiery Hellcat cat. But still, it was just a cat. They got it back to its owner with the help of some odd creatures who have been identified as a type of caretakers for this world. Then they all decided to make their way to Otanel immediately, as it was the largest city around. There were people that they were hoping to find. They were hoping to have their rewards for the 2 quests that they done delivered to them. And maybe find 1 or 2 things to prepare for their next quest, as they are going to go mushroom picking and moss gathering inside a cave where, unfortunately, another member of the garden was slain a few weeks ago. But when they entered the city, after seeing all of the very impressive sight of the floating dock above for the flying and floating ships, and the construct guarding the city, they found, well, at least audience found, an old friend from the very beginning of the campaign. A kobold who seemed to not have a lot of life experience, but is very honest and, well, considers audience a friend, at least. His opinion on the rest of the group wasn't explicitly said, but he still has his doubts. So they all followed, well, most of the group followed audience and the kobold to the inn where all of the shipmates of Grim the kobold were playing cards, having a nice evening, and audience, Tykar and Fisher joined them, played a little bit of cards, almost got in trouble but didn't. While Remy decided to go in town and do the pickpocket, taking advantage of someone who was performing in the street, telling stories of draconic origin and draconic heroes. And just as Remy was leaving, he noticed that this performer had the emblem of a god they had all been starting to gather information about. So with that knowledge, Remy decided to make its way back to the inn where everyone was. And this is where we rejoin everyone with Remy, who has entered the inn, has went to the counter, shared a few stories with the temporary first mate of flying ship from which Grim was a part of. Learn a little bit more about audience, about heroic tales, and somewhere between stupid and brave moments. And audience, Tykar and Fisher lost and gained money from the card games that they were playing. And as the evening is slowly finishing, the card game has ended, and everyone looks at what they won and lost. This is where we all start this episode. So, audience, Tykar, Fisher, Remy, what are you doing?
Before, how much did I lose gambling? Because I forgot to take it off. Was it 3 gold, you said?
Oh, not sure I wrote it down.
It was a pretty big loss. I made it to the end, so like 3-5, I think.
Possibly. I'll start with 3 gold and I'll check when I can, because
All right. Cool.
I'd have to go back on the episode
Well,
at the
because
right
I
moment.
I didn't hear you last time. That's
Oh.
why I didn't want to stop it midway.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it was 50 platinum, and you lost it to me. So you can just pay that forward in the future.
All right. Well, one of us is not waking up tomorrow. In a land without gold, Thykar might have been a hero, but not in this world.
So,
He's only in the adventuring life to get that material for his next bestseller.
Exactly.
yeah, he's hoping to become a hero, have a tale about heroic deeds, and the first thing that happens is audience turning toward him and say, "Hey, you still owe me 3 gold from the game, you know."
All right.
So what time is it about now? When should we finish up
The
gambling?
evening is much later, probably somewhere between 9 and 10. People are starting to go back to their home, but the inn is still open, and there's still people coming in, mostly adventurers. This is the second largest city. Arguably, could be said that it is the largest, but it is the commercial heart of Estren, but not the capital, the largest capital of Estren. So there's always people coming in and out. But you feel like probably those who live here are starting to go back to their home.
Maybe just waves at the 3 of you from off in the distance near Grim and the
Kanto.
priestess. It's kind of like doing that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have we bought rooms yet? I don't think we have.
No room or paid yet.
All right. First thing I'll do is I'll probably then go walk up to the innkeeper since it's starting to get late and see what rooms they have available.
Well, being one of the second largest human city in Estren, even an inn like this, a normal inn, would have almost everything up to aristocratic. So you'd even have comfortable room and wealthy rooms.
All right.
So you get poor rooms, modest rooms, comfortable rooms, wealthy rooms.
I'll get a modest room. So I think that's 3 silver.
It's 5. Modest
Oh,
is 5.
fine.
Yeah, your a modest meal is 3 silver, but modest room is 5.
Okay.
All right, easy enough to do.
I mean, Tykar, are you fighting over rooms again? I'm kidding.
Just for the principle, they want the same room.
Raimi confidently puts down gold for a comfortable room.
Okay. Comfortable. That's 1 silver. 8. Sorry, I was trying to say it's less than 1 gold, and I mixed up everything I want to say. It's 8 silver. So you get 2 silver back. Here we go. And what about you, mister? And he looks at you, Tykar.
Accommodate me the best you can.
Best we can.
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
we have very wealthy rooms. It's 2 gold a night.
And I will slap 2 gold on the counter.
That's very that's very generous. Takes the 2 gold, hands you a key for your room. he looks at you, Fisher, and do you need a room?
I'll take something with the writing desk in it.
Just a writing desk?
That's all I need.
Well, anything from the modestest of room that we have to the wealthiest has at least something that you can lean on to write. So, what exactly do you want? I mean, the poorest of room is just the bed, a desk, and a footlocker.
Let's go second from the bottom.
All right, then. Modest room it is. It will be 5 silver. All right, and what about meals? We're just about to close the kitchen. If you want anything, we can still serve you something. But if you have your own food with you, well, I'm gonna go ahead and tell the those in the kitchen that nobody wants anything else.
I mean, if there's a baguette lying around back there, I'll take it.
Okay. So the very basic meal. And for the rest of you?
I've been drinking a lot. I'll have a basic meal.
For audience, is that a poor or a modest meal?
Probably modest instead of going like.
Okay. And what about you, my small feathery friend?
He opens his beak and in audience's voice, modest meal.
Okay. Then it'll be the same cost. So it'll be 3 silver for Dragonborn, 3 silver for a small blackbird, and am I giving you the right? Yeah, silver. As for the large feathery friend, well, if you just want a piece of bread, we're gonna go with 2 coppers. That's gonna be enough.
Cool. I'm just carving up.
So, just so that you know, there is only a maximum number of days that you can go while eating less than the minimum amount of food a person needs. After a while, I'm going to make you do Constitution save because it's not easy to keep functioning when your body's hungry.
I'm intermittent fasting. It's fine.
Okay. That's all right. Just don't forget to start eating again before you go into possible battles because it's not fun. I can tell you that as a personal experience of mine. So, all right. So, you all gather around, sit at the counter or at the table, and start eating. Anything you'd like to talk about? Anything you'd like to share? Or are we good and I'm just jumping to the next day?
So I will lean back in this chair and look at audience's really fancy sword. It's like, and that's an unusual piece of equipment for a man of faith. Why do you carry such ornamental weaponry?
I looked at it. I'm like, well, I never thought of it as unusual. It's a very nice sword. Gets the job done, as you've seen in our battles.
It's just I always figured that paladins didn't go for the way of vanity. It's just a nicer sword I'm used to seeing like most soldiers with. It's just the main gist of it.
Well, it was it spoke to me because of the dragon on the hilt, which is my religion, and it also, it was a gift I chose out for a great deed I performed. So, seemed to work.
I'm always a fan of gifts for deeds. It's a good deal.
Have you got a lot of those?
Well, funny you should ask, and I'll whip out I'll whip out my hand crossbow, which looks like the image that was sent that cannot be shown on stream yet. Sorry. Actually, it can. Let me just... It's right here. Not sure if you can see on this chest. No, the image is probably really bad.
The image is okay, but we can't see the crossbow on it.
Small and crossbow, kind of fancy looking. Yes, I received this one for a special performance I gave aboard a flying ship. Is it flying or floating? Anyways.
Flying is
it was
totally flying.
It was a performance for the ages, and I got a prize to show for it, and I am very happy.
During this conversation, Raimi has pulled out a jar of salt and just started putting it over his food.
Okay.
Just like sprinkling over.
It's like salting it like a normal amount, not like
Yeah.
salting it like
No.
you're going to keep it for later.
So you take it's the jar that you found while pickpocketing?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yep.
the first thing that you notice when you open the jar and are about to pour some on whatever you or just take a few pinch and sprinkle it, it's much coarser than normal salt.
Kind of looks confused at it. It's like, since he's looking at it now, like, is this table salt or?
Well, the appearance of it looks pretty normal, but it's a bit bigger than normal table salt. It would probably be possible to grind it to the level of table salt, but it's a much coarser type of salt.
Trying to think if you would have any. Actually, he probably would have been taught this at some point. There's literally, like maybe puts like one of the pellets on the table, grabs one of his daggers, and and like starts like doing a grind over the table.
Okay.
That's a rail of line in the middle of this tavern.
And just when you think the bird's about to snort it, he scoops it and puts it over his food.
I was about to say I'm not sure anyone has ever done that, but I'm not gonna bet on that. Teenagers can be weird.
Well, funny you should mention it. You do a lot of weird shit trying to impress people you don't really care about.
Okay. So, your meal is now salted.
And it just easy, like looking at this, I guess, like weapon measuring contest between Thakar and audience.
Yes, Tykar, you are in the process of showing off your bow. And how well it shoots.
The bow doesn't shoot.
The crossbow,
well, I
sorry.
shoot. The crossbow doesn't shoot well. I shoot well. That's the thing. Yeah. So, no, that's it. I was just curious about where the sword came from.
That's alright.
Yeah.
That's alright. Tykar lost his train of thought when he heard Remy grind down salt on the table where they're all just scoop it and
Thykar was just plugging one of his nostrils and he sees Remy putting on his food like, oh shit, hang on. It's not this kind of party. Okay.
I'll be like, well, that's cool. Performing on a flying ship, I guess that is worthy of a weapon if the performance is good enough. I would
Good
say
enough.
I got my, sword in a similar way. My performance was, say, being, everyone aboard and, killing a skeleton's, captain, pirate captain, in a one-on-one duel. But I guess they're, similar rewards.
I've never had the pleasure of fighting the undead. What is it like?
They shatter a lot more. There's less of a squelch when you hit them.
One would assume.
Depends what
Oh,
kind of
it's-
undead you're fighting.
This was skeletons, though, so.
and then there was an awkward moment around the table.
And Tykar remembers that he dreamed about fighting undead.
He did fight a few zombies.
I did, but it was a dream, so it's not
Fair
really
enough.
canon.
Maybe thinking back to when he blasted one out a window.
One thing done on his bucket list.
So, what do you guys think we should... You guys have anything to get done here before we...
I was gonna go pick up the money at wherever the bank.
Uh-huh.
We said the largest bank, so I was gonna probably go pick up
We'll
the
have to
money and then
find where that is?
maybe see if there was anything we would need.
Huh?
Do a little bit of shopping. Probably just, we could probably set out tomorrow in, the evening or later afternoon if we want to.
Did you say it was like 8 or 9 p.m.?
Yes.
Currently.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna.
Shopping's kind of done for tonight.
Yeah.
No,
Well, yeah.
I know for tonight. I meant for tomorrow. I'm like, I don't know if we need to stay another night, but
Hmm.
Oh,
I would like to go find Civ at some point, but that can also happen after.
I mean, we can. If we have to, we can spend another day. I don't mind spending another day.
well, based on your map, the next village, the one that is the closest to the mountains, would be half a day away.
All right, so we might have to spend another day then if we are gonna. I guess it depends on how early everyone gets up.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just minor illusions, an image of the rising sun.
I mean, I know I wake up early. I think audience can wake up whenever. I look at Thykar. He seems to be a bit of a heavier sleeper, though.
It depends how many people are in my room when I go to bed.
Hmm.
If
I
I go
see.
to sleep alone, probably before noon. 2 and more, I cannot promise anything.
All right, I'm gonna say we're probably gonna end up spending another day up at rousing
Oh,
getting
we
up.
can always at least get to the village tomorrow and spend the night there.
Yeah. Well, they said it was half a day, so we would maybe have to travel. Sorry, not channel.
Yeah, we could
Travel
leave.
through the
Yeah.
night a little bit, but
Oh well. You could chain a sending stone to my neck whenever you guys need to wake me up in the morning. Just an
Uh,
iPhone alarm sound that goes off.
I mean, we
yeah,
can always
use
contact
that
you through
once
the
per day
orb
you use to
too.
wake you up in the morning. What happens if you hit snooze?
I can also just come bang on your door, but that works too.
I mean, you have someone that can get into most rooms, I think.
Raimi points his finger in Thykar's direction under the table, and Thykar hears a loud explosion in his brain.
Let's see how startled I am by that. I was leaning on my chair, so I nearly fall but catch myself.
You okay there, bud?
Yeah. Do hangovers usually come back like a few days later?
Not the ones I've had.
Not the person to ask about that.
This is exactly what Blackheart does. Just turns you like about to say something and then just fuck it.
Just turns to Ray, just like, never mind.
All right.
Alright. Cool. So sounds like we're pretty much, or will be ready. What, you guys wolves gather back here at like noon, 1 tomorrow? See if everybody's ready to go.
I mean, let's go like 2 or something. I don't know how long shopping will take.
I
To be
mean,
fair, I might actually get up kind of early. I have something to do. I need to get my loot mended before we leave.
I would be surprised if we couldn't get shopping done before.
Actually, you are right. We should all be here at 1, since it seems like some of us are oftentimes an hour to an hour and a half late. So then, if we say be there at 1, we get there at 2.
Plan ahead. So that, there you go.
I had friends like that.
I am friends like that.
Yeah.
All right. We'll plan on being here around 1 then. 12 or 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Everybody's clear on what the quest actually is?
Yes, we are gathering mushrooms in a cave, and we're trying to pick them gently and not break them. And we're looking out for some creature that thrashes in the darkness. And then there's also a magical lab we have to go to after that.
Yeah, that's the next one. But
Yeah.
Or
Alright.
were we
Raimi opens
asked
to
to
speak. Yalamas.
that also.
were we asked to recover the body of the adventurer who went missing?
No.
We were not. I don't know if it needs to be recovered.
you'd have to ask.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't really ask anything about the nature of their death, other than there's a big monster.
That thrashed around.
Yeah. I might also look into doing some research on that tomorrow. But
If we see a body, I'm sure Remy will go over and check it out.
Ravi's like eyes are kind of like.
all right, cool.
All right. So, you all gather up, prepare to leave, go to your rooms. On the way, you cross Cantal, who just gives a small nodding salute to audience. Tell her that she's going back to the ship because I want to make sure that everyone's ready for next morning. And you see her drag Grim by the tail while he's snoring. And she just leaves the inn.
I'll give her a nod back. Be like, good luck.
And you just see this half-orc priestess leave the inn while dragging a kobold by the tail who just...
Mutter to myself, one of those days I'm gonna ride on that flying ship and it's gonna be great.
Okay. So, you all go to your room. Anything you'd like to do while you're in your room? That can be said on stream.
I'm going to bed. I
Okay.
don't know.
I'm gonna get my parchment and stuff out and try and visit the room again.
Oh,
Do some meditating.
okay. Okay. Make a wisdom roll.
Let's do this.
8.
Okay. Well, you spend a little while trying to get in the mood. And not a lot happens. You try to remember how you felt while you weren't there, the darkness and the desk and the bookcase behind you, but you just can't get back into that moment. Your meditation really doesn't go past the really relaxing phase of silence. It's kind of nice.
I can't help but go back to playing through the previous card games in my head again, trying to figure out why my counting was off.
How do they have that many red lands?
Okay, make an investigation roll for me.
Okay. 7. I rolled a 2.
Fuck.
So you're there and you're trying to remember the cards that you roll, and there was a 2, there was a 5, he got a 6. Then he got a 6. Then he got a 6. That's not right, he already had a 6. And you get a few moments where you have Terranad who just says, "Are you sure you can count?"
Shut up, you're not helping. Unless you want to help. Turn a new page.
Well, if you want to realign my, if you want to give me the time to realign my crystals, I can try.
Nah. No.
Very well.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit
That's
there
all right.
thinking about that during my sentry rest.
that's all right. Remy?
I mean, Raimi looks over his spoils.
Okay. Yes, you had money, gems, a little flask of
Yeah,
liquid.
1 bag of gems,
Yeah.
2 bags of coins, 1 pouch with a jar of salt, and a bottle of liquid.
Yeah.
And then there was the 5th pouch with the
Art object.
which wasn't described on stream.
No, it wasn't described on stream. So the object that you found in that pouch was the pouch itself had been heavily cushioned, so the object would not break. When you take it out, it has the size of a large marble, sort of a stud size marble, but it is a completely clear crystal or glass. But in the middle of it, right at the center of it, there is a bird that has been, you're not sure how, but it was drawn or carved within. And there are some interesting colors of red and yellow and orange. In many ways, when you just look at it with a source of light nearby, probably your lantern, you just, looks like a small phoenix inside. But you have no clue how that was done. How can someone have managed to carve, draw, put this image at the center of this large marble? It's extremely beautiful. It's a work of art. You've never seen this anywhere else before. And by the quantity of cushioning inside, it's also probably very fragile.
It's would he have an idea of like what the inherent value of this thing is, or would that be more for an appraisal?
Make an investigation roll.
Die here. There we go. It'll be a 14.
14. All right. Well, as you mentioned, you're not a jeweler and you don't have the necessary toolkit to properly value this. But judging from how flawless it is, how small the image is inside, and how there is no visible way of how this image was placed inside, you'd say that this would easily go within the at least 100 gold piece, if not 200.
He's going to like look at the bottle of liquid.
The bottle of liquid, I don't remember. Did I tell you if it had a color?
I don't have a note about the color.
Okay. Well, you look at it, and it's... You open the little cork. Damn, that was hard to come out. You remove the little cork on top of it, and you look inside. The bottle itself looks like it has a tainted color. You've seen that when someone wants to prevent light from altering certain liquids, but when you look at it from inside, you smell it. Looks like water. But judging from the flask, that it's not the kind of flask that you'd find in a peasant pouch. It's pretty pristine. It's probably not water. But it doesn't have any smell. You just try to touch it a little bit. It's not oily.
Drink it.
Hmm. I mean, I guess just because to be safe, because he's not sure if this is like more mundane or magical. Like he would probably take the time to see if if an identify would reveal any information about it.
Okay. So you take the time to make a ritual casting on the flask to see what's inside. There is some information that comes back when you finish your casting. Look at it, look at the book, look at the flask, look at inside. Hey, it's a small flask of holy water.
And he just thinks to himself, like, wow, this would have been great like several nights ago. Then he turns to like the two bags of coins, or the two pouches of coins.
Make an intelligence roll for me, please.
Oh dear. And this is when they explode. 17.
17. So, this is cool. Holy water. Put it beside. You take the pouch and then you sort of remember, hey, that flask was in the same pouch as the salt.
Ah. Like looks back to this, thinks back to this like. I wonder if Raby would actually remember if he like, did he steal this off a priest?
You can try and make an intelligence roll. You weren't exactly looking at the face of people, but
Fair. We'll see. We'll see. That's not great. An 8.
no. You just remember that the guy was wearing a brown cloak. I mean, priests do wear brown cloak, more like monks and people like that, but a lot of peasants also wear brown cloak. Hunters, you know.
Ramy's just going to stare at the salt very suspiciously. But I guess he could maybe suspect that that they're somehow like related in use, but probably as an arcane trickster rogue, probably not a whole lot of experience with that type of material.
That's all right.
He's going to be on an identifying spree the next day anyway, because
Okay. While everyone,
I don't know.
While everyone goes
Actually-
shopping, you start identifying everything you can.
Uh, I mean, like maybe just to make sure that maybe to make sure that the salt like is similar to what he did with the liquid. Uh, he'll see what happens if he identifies the salt if anything comes up.
Okay. You make your ritual, and after a little while, comparing the notes in your book and looking at this thing, and your ritual does identify a slight divine aura from it. It's sanctified salt.
So he had some especially good food that day.
Well, you
whatever
ex-
demon had been possessing him.
you essentially blessed your, I don't know, fish or piece of meat.
It's a little funny.
In unrelated news, an exorcism somewhere went horribly wrong.
Where's my salt? No!
Where's my what the fuck?
I compel you! Where's my flask of holy water? No!
Wah wah wah.
Alright, so
Well, Remy is putting those back in the pouch together, realizing, maybe I should keep these together.
can be useful. Alright, so now you go to the pouch of gem or money.
We'll do the money since I can easily just put that into D&D
Okay.
Beyond immediately.
Yeah, and I'll give you a sum of money for the 2 pouches, not for each one. So you find a grand total of because there's not as much of that in the world.
There's not as much of that in the world. Did we just break the economy?
No, don't worry about that. And come on. All right. You have a grand total of okay. All right, when you empty the 2 bags in front of you, you find a grand total of um 76 copper. 21 silver. 11 gold. And 2 platinum pieces. The 2 platinum pieces are from the same pouch, so damn, you stole from a very wealthy person.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's a good thing they didn't see you, or at least you think they didn't see you.
I feel like there would have been like a scene from Aladdin if that were the case.
When you find those platinum pieces, you can't help but for one moment you look at the window and just listen for a moment. Okay, no one seems to be coming. As for
And then Raimi.
yeah,
then-
go
and then
no,
he
go
opens
ahead.
up the gems.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna go for. So, the pouch with the gems, you find inside 9 gems of assorted colors. There doesn't seem to be a specific direction toward what type of gem there was in. Probably a very wealthy merchant who didn't want to walk around with a large quantity of pieces jingling on his belt.
Joke's on him. Raimi has attuned his senses to the clinkling of gems.
So just by looking at them, the way they're cut, it's probably not the types of gem that cost 200 gold each, but you're pretty sure they're at least 10 gold each, possibly more.
Yeah, so similar in grade to the bag of gems he stole the last time that he was at a performance.
Yeah, it's usually something that happens when you want to have a bigger exchange than platinum. So after platinum comes small gems.
Raimi just turns to and and shows them like all the gems that he found.
Okay. Well, he looks at it and looks at you, sort of like it. Okay, that's pretty, but then what?
Eyes furrow a little bit. It's just like and thinks like, oh right, they need to be shined. and then so Raimi spends the rest of the night before he goes to bed shining the gems and insisting to that this is a good thing.
Okay. Well, he does as all cats do. He looks at them for a moment, just plays with one with his paw, and then eventually seems to get bored of it and goes to the end of the bed and curls around in a little ball and closes his eyes. You know that it's a fake creature, so he's not actually sleeping, but
they're just playing the part very well.
yeah. You know, he identifies to a cat, so he plays the part of a cat. All right. And so you all go to bed. Fisher, probably slightly frustrated. Audience, as audience always does. Satisfied of the day. No one's dead. You did good. Taikar, you go to sleep and you have a little different night of sleep. You fall asleep and during the night you find yourself again in the setting where your object told you once before to show him more about you. But this time you hear on whisper from the wind. Actually, probably sounds a bit like your native language. This whisper of, I understand. And there's a moment for you when, okay.
I mean, usually it costs extra for me to show more, but unbuns 3 buns from the top of his blouse. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I mean, I feel bad, but I also don't, but I also do.
Oh no, that's all right. You did tell me something specific about your object. This is why I'm taking notes.
Great. Now my objects can tell everyone I'm a whore. Nice.
So you have this moment of, all right, and you start unbuttoning your shirt, but suddenly the dream ends and you wake up and, oh, that's a bit different. You feel compelled for a moment to look at your mirror. You sort of feel its presence calling to you.
I look at the mirror and just like lean in closer to make out details.
You look at the mirror, and for the first time, there's nothing in the mirror. But you blink, and then you find yourself looking at a scene that happened to you. Well, you think it happened to you because you imagine that it's probably what it looked like from someone else's point of view. It happened when you were a lot younger on the ship, when you were just starting to learn common language. So there were a lot of times where you were trying to talk to people and they just didn't understand. And there often was that frustration of wanting to unscrew someone's heads. But then remembering that, oh, you're 1 year old. Not only are they much taller than you, but you're the one living in their world. But you look at this and you see yourself living that frustration of not being able to communicate with someone. Because your language is very uncommon, almost rare for other people to know. And then you wake up a second time. You are in your bed. So that this moment of disorientation, when you wake up within your own dream and then realize that you are dreaming and you wake up again and you actually wake up for real this time. And you get the feeling that that second dream was also a message from your object.
So the night has passed now, right?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
morning. Well, whenever you wake up.
I mean, most of the times when you dream, you wake up fairly earlier than usual, right? Or am I the only one that does that? Anyways, I'll pick up the mirror and look at it.
Usually you wake up after a dream because dreams happen not when you're in the deepest sleep. They happen when you're in the softer region of sleep. So this is why you usually wake up immediately after a dream. We go through, I think, 7 of those periods during a night. So there's 7 moments during a night where you can actually wake up from that, including a few that are a few hours before you wake up. So.
All right. So I'll look at my at my mirror, hoping to see myself in it.
Yeah, you see yourself in it. You do have a sense, a feeling that it is...
You put your own ponytails in.
That it... That was just perfectly placed. That was perfectly placed. I assume it was your mother, so tell her that was perfect. We couldn't have scripted better.
Oh.
So
Oh,
you do have a sense that it is awakened, but something's missing. And that's probably why the second dream happened.
oh. Okay. Just look at me like, are you trying to talk to me? And just like wave it around, like someone doesn't know how to react when the smartphone doesn't work right.
You wave it around a little bit, then you look at it, and he gives you a wink, and that's it.
I fucking dropped the mirror. My mirror just winked at me. Excuse me?
Okay. Ouch. Then in that case, you drop the mirror. You drop the mirror on the ground, I would assume.
I mean, I was still over my bag, so
Okay.
there would be a chance it would land on the bag.
Okay, so that's that's not as bad. So you're just looking and you drop it, and nothing else happens.
Okay, hang on. There was a. Okay, sorry. What?
You drop it, probably inside your bag again, and nothing else happens.
I flip the hatch on my bag and just close it. Like you're staying in there, demon. Demon. I'll let you think on what you've done, and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
By the way, just saying,
Yes.
I just got a master subscription to the D&D Beyond, so we'll be able to do campaign sharing stuff to make it a bit easier with homebrew and all that, and feats.
Okay, cool.
Optional feats.
Nice. All right. Nice on both accounts. What you just said and for the accounts. Cool. That will be useful.
Meanwhile, Thykar goes to the bathroom, puts some water on his face, rethinks his life decisions.
Well, I'm gonna rethink the mirror trick in bars now. Like, I'm not gonna show my mirror to people like, "Hey, do you see your true love?" Yeah, why is it handsome miming cunnilingus?
All right. So it is the morning.
That's why.
I'm sorry. It's like I have cats. I have, the kitchen.
I've
Yes.
been trying to connect a bunch of stuff, and turns out my Bluetooth on my phone was still connected to my earbuds, so that's why it was like messing up earlier, not letting me connect to Skype. And actually,
So
I am actually deficient. All right,
well, that's all right. Tykar has a low intelligence as well. So
Correct.
I might actually. IRL, I think I have an Intel of 8. Like, not even joking.
you mean you didn't finish your high school? Because 8 of intelligence,
I mean-
that's about that. Okay. According to Dungeons and Dragons. All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's right. You told me what you did, so probably professional school. Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Well, then in that case, I am proud to tell you that according to Dungeons and Dragons, you have an intelligence of 8.
Sick.
And
But-
now you understand why I don't like how D&D qualifies intelligence all that much.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. I didn't spend time in school, so I learned shit that's actually useful in real life, you know?
Wisdom is a bit different.
I mean, Raimi did both, so you know.
And also, you have to remember that according to D&D, having an intelligence of 8 is your maximum potential. Maybe you didn't choose to go to college, but if you actually have the potential to go to college, if it's something you could do, then you actually have an intelligence that is higher than 8. You just didn't push it all the way to that. So that's why determining the intelligence of your character, of how smart he is and how you should act with your character, sometimes is a bit weird. All right. So, this is what you do when you wake up. Audience, Raimi and Fisher, what do you do when you wake up? Well, Fisher, when you get out of your sentry mode.
Mm-hmm.
I would go find my money.
Right.
I'm gonna go find a bank that has my money.
Okay. Okay. So, you get up. There is a little bit of meal. Like I said, when you pay for a meal in an inn, it's for a full day of meal. So, you have your free breakfast, Taikar, you have your free loaf of bread as you wake up in the morning. Here, you paid for that. So, audience, you eat something and then you go out to get your money. How are you going about doing that? I'm not sure audience has ever looked for a bank before.
Well, I know I asked that I was sent to the largest bank, so I'd probably ask people what's the largest bank in the city and then go there.
All right. Make an intelligence roll for me. Investigation, if you have it.
14.
14, wow. That's one of your better rolls.
It is.
All right. It's not instantaneous, but you eventually do find a merchant who just looks at you and says, well, there is the Commerce Guild. I'm not sure if they would take money for someone else. I've never actually tried. My shop really doesn't give enough money for them to hold anything for me, but I guess you could go there. And he points you toward an establishment in the second tier of the city. So in the wealthier part of the city. Raimi and Fisher, while audience go looking for this.
I'm doing the same thing.
So you're with audience?
Maybe.
We got up at the same time.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, I don't mind if you want to go looking for your own bank.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll be with audience.
Okay. What about Remy?
Raimi is going to he's going to try and look for a jeweler's shop as well as an herbalist shop.
Okay. Well, that's easy enough to find. Since Remy is most likely less inclined to ask people around, it's probably going to be more perception to find it.
So like, you don't imagine Raimi going up from person to person. 24.
24. Well, you actually kind of find something pretty quickly. You are very used to finding these little shops, and since you usually don't have any help, it's actually quite fast to find something. Just look around. Yeah, usually they're shops of that sort, usually in the lower tiers. Alright, and you get to the lower tiers, and usually apothecaries are not on the main street. So you go to the smaller street and you easily find in a place where they sell all sorts of herbs. So I'd say all right. So you find yourself on a shop, and you see that there's part of the shop that's herbs, and part of the shop that's potions. Enter the shop. It's one of the lower tiers of the city, but you also know that usually people living there, they're not gonna overcharge you like the wealthier ones. So you enter and you find yourself greeted by a young half-elven woman. Well, hello. And how can I help you? I don't recall ever meeting someone quite like you before.
Yeah, maybe just does like the does like the four taloned wave, and until like I guess this is really the only like voice he has like to work with in this respect. It's can you tell me what I'm working with? As he and this comes from like a few sessions ago, but as he like puts down a bundle of herbs that he doesn't know about, a pouch of spice that he doesn't know the identity of, and a pouch of powder that he doesn't know about.
Oh wow, that's quite an interesting package. Well, hold on. Give me a few moments. How long can you wait?
This time in a woman's voice, like, "Oh, I've got all day."
Oh, that's a very interesting way of expressing yourself. All right. Well, give me a moment. I'll do my best to help you. All right. She takes one bundle, second bundle, third bundle, and starts evaluating each one. So the one with the bundle of herbs, you notice that she identifies it pretty fast. Oh, okay. Yes, I've seen herbs like that before. All you need to do is dry them, and you can easily use them in different ceremonies. Usually for small spells, things that would require you to use incense, simple ones. I'd say you could easily use them to do things like summon a familiar or draw the attention of a deity for a ritual. But like I said, you still need to dry them. As they are right now, they are starting to look a bit weathered. But I'd say if you just find a nice, warm, and sunny place to hang them, um, you'd have yourself some summoning incense. Essentially, incense that you could use to, for example, summon in a find familiar spell.
For like just for above game, like what would be the approximate value, like once used in that way?
About 30 gold.
Okay, yeah, that's an important thing.
So, but like she said, you still would need to dry them properly before they're useful. Then there is the spice. So she looks in, just smells it. Oh, that's kind of rare. I don't think there's any magical property hidden behind it, but no, that's the other way. I'd say you have about 5 or 6 pound of saffron in there. It's quite a lot. You can actually sell that for an interesting amount. So 5 pound of saffron would go for within the area of 70 gold. I'd have to calculate it for sure, but it's about that amount. Or you can probably sell that for a better price at a cook. It's usually a spice that it's considered higher quality. And the powder, yes, the powder. Oh, she looks at the powder and well, this one I'd have to take a little longer. There does seem to be something magical about it. Well, give me a moment. I'll try and do something with this. Turns around and... Uncle, I'm pretty sure you have what is needed to analyze powder, which seem to have magical properties. You hear a voice coming from the back store. Yeah, just get in here. I'll do it later today. I'm a bit busy now. She looks at you and says, well, do you mind coming back later during the day?
Raimi nods and just as a nicety, like he puts down like 3 gold for her trouble.
That's very generous. Thank you very much. And just to make sure that someone else doesn't come in and take your powder. To whom am I reserving this to?
From this day forward, your name shall be Raimi.
Like I said, that's a very interesting way of expressing yourself. All right, I'll write it down. Thank you very much, and maybe somewhere during the afternoon, if you could come back.
Rainy makes a rainbow, and then
Oh. All right. Well, I'll take that as a positive answer. Thank you very much, and see you later today.
and then Raimi skips out, and we can cut to audience and Fisher's scene.
Yeah, so Audience and Fisher, you are walking about in this city trying to figure out where a commerce place is, where they would take in money for someone. It takes you a few hours, but you eventually find yourself in front of in front of a store which has a few coins drawn within its front. So get in. Feels like this is where peasants have been pointing you for the past hour.
Alright.
You find yourself in front of a desk with a dwarf that seems to be bored out of his mind. Just like this on the counter.
I'll go up to him and I'll say, I was wondering if you had a holding for audience. I think we had some money sent up here to the city.
Wasn't sleeping? Oh. Money. Yeah. Yeah, we have money. Did you say that it was for? What's the store?
The name? Would there be a name? It was maybe sent from something called the Garden, and the name would be Audience.
Right. Turns around and, hey, Lightfoot! You hear a gnome answer from behind somewhere. You just hear the voice come out. Yeah? Is there a bundle from the garden for someone called Audience? Hold on, I'll check. He's gonna be back.
Okay.
You wait 2, 3, 5 minutes. After 7 or 8 minutes, you hear a voice. No. No. Are you sure? Because usually when people leave things here, it's for another store. You know, it's the either taxes or charts or money exchange from a store to the next. I mean, it's a trading guild, so most of our people usually just make sure that every exchange is fair and follows a roughly set price. I mean, we do pick up taxes from some stores, especially those who want to make sure that, you know, we include their village in our rounds, make sure that all trades are fair, but I don't recall anyone ever leaving something for a specific person that wasn't an employee.
Where would like, for example,
Where's the biggest bank?
yeah. Would you guess the money would be then if you guys don't have it? It would be like an adventurer's reward from a crest, but from a different area. That would be sent up. That was told to be sent to a large bank.
Right. Well, I'd only think of two places. It's either in an inn somewhere or at the castle.
Okay. guess we'll go try the castle. Not going to every inn in the city. That's gonna involve my money.
All right. So, yep.
As soon as we get out the door, I will use my orb and contact Syrah.
Okay. Well, as always, yeah. Hello, this is Syrah.
Hi. So we're now in Otanel, and we were wondering where y'all sent the reward for the previous quest.
Well, if I remember correctly, you asked us to leave it here, so you could all get it at the same time.
Did we?
I really thought we asked for it to be sent up.
But that's no problem. We can easily send it. Actually, there's one member of the garden who is asked for permission to go on a small gathering quest. I believe he can be there quite fast.
Is there a teleporter set up here yet? Do you know?
No, but from the information that I got, Amiali should be getting there sometime at the end of the day, or maybe the next day. So anywhere between 3 to 5 days after that, there might be a portal open nearby.
Well, we can use
that's
that.
too
if we
bad.
wanna.
We were gonna leave just a couple hours.
Well, yeah, but now we don't have our money, so maybe we want to wait to, get that so we can better prepare for our mission.
We're gathering mushrooms, audience.
You can never be too prepared, though. That's what probably the other adventurer said, and now he's dead. What do you have to say to that, Fisher?
Speaking of that, Syrah, we forgot to ask when we do we have any information on how the other adventurer from the garden died, other than to a large shambling creature?
Well, there's not a lot of information.
Were they working alone?
It was a small group. 2 gnomes and a half elf, I believe. It's one of the gnomes that was killed. They said that they didn't get to see a lot. They remember kneeling down, starting to gather mushrooms, and then they were suddenly hit with a mass of tendrils. They left in quite a hurry. They managed to drag the body with them, and as soon as they got close enough to the exit to ask for an emergency transportation, they did. Unfortunately, the gnome was way beyond what anyone can. Well, you understand. The only thing relevant when one of the priests evaluated the body was the body seemed to have rotten much faster than it should have.
Well,
but if you want, I can ask a priest to check again.
No, that's fine. So our audience, should we have the stuff delivered here?
I'll be good, I think.
Okay. Yeah, if that could happen, it'd probably just be easiest to send it to the name of the current inn we're staying at.
Yeah, I guess.
Golden Barrel? Was that their name?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's that memory.
Yes, sure, no problem. I'll relay that to him. I'm sure he would have preferred to hand it to you outside of the city, but
I mean that could work.
Works. It'd just be
It's just-
harder to find and set a time.
Yeah, when would that be?
well, judging from the capabilities that I've seen from him, it would probably just be a few hours.
Oh,
Oh. I mean,
I guess in that case, yeah.
That's quite useful when you can just enter a tree and exit another tree far away from there. It's
Yeah.
we did that once. Or I did. Not we. Fisher didn't do it.
You don't know my life. But no, I have not done that before. Yeah. If they could meet us, outside from Otanel, we're going the path that goes like northeast,
Yeah.
up into the mountains, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If he could meet us the northeast side of the.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's very easy to do. So he's probably going to be quite easy to find. He's one of the smaller ones of the garden. So
While we're at it, probably ask for Tykar and Ramie's.
Well, Tykar didn't do the previous mission.
This for he didn't help with the water elementals, but
well, we'll just send everything to you, and you can figure out how to divide.
yeah, we'll figure it out.
So yeah, everything's gonna be there. In a few hours, I think. I think he's ready now to leave. So
Okay.
Alright.
What time of day is it?
right now, you've been looking around for maybe an hour or two, so it's probably somewhere within
Like
the reach
10.
of 9.5, 10.
Mm-hmm. All right. That should work. Thanks. Sorry for the confusion.
Oh, that's all right. Believe it or not, we get a lot of confusing information here. And not just from the adventurers. We do have quite a large population of gnomes. Believe
enough.
me, I'm very glad to know that the walls of the command area are impervious to most explosive.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
All right. Have a nice day.
Then, do you think we should find like a, I don't know, herbalist shop around here?
Why would you want to go to an herbalist?
Well, they would know how to best take care of and not damage any mushrooms we find.
I mean, he just said pick them from the stem and don't crush them.
Yeah. But then we have to bring them back like that.
Yeah, I
Also,
mean, we can
I'm
just put
pretty
them in a
sure
bag.
Iselina and Civ were gonna set up an herbalist shop around here, so 2 birds,
Okay.
1 stone.
Okay. I'll follow you around. I'm not doing anything.
Cool.
So you
I
start.
am remembering that right? That's what they were gonna do, or that's what she was gonna do, and Civ was just along for the ride,
Closer.
whatever
Closer.
she's doing. Yeah,
The second affirmation is closer than the first one.
yeah.
So yeah, so basically what you do is you start spending the next few hours going from shop to shop trying to figure out if you can find Iselina in a herbal shop.
Pretty much, or one and or the other. I'll ask around for an herbalism shop and give a description of Iselina and
Okay, well that's
Civ.
that's definitely gonna help.
This big scary construct that looks like he stares straight into your soul.
All right, well it's gonna take a little while. Make an investigation roll for me, please.
Hat. 23.
23. Well, you definitely find the trace of that. It takes maybe 30, 40 minutes before you eventually find one shop that you go in and you look around and don't see anyone that looks like Iselina. But when you ask, the shopkeeper just looks at you and says, Iselina, wait a minute. That name sounds familiar. Isn't she a half elven woman? Usually very nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Usually followed around by a big, scary dude of my variety.
I don't know about that, but hey, we get a lot of you here, so maybe she could have become friend with one of them. But inside of the city, it's not very dangerous here. There's a lot of patrols. Guards are everywhere. We do have a large sentinels at the at each entrance, and even with the even with all of the problems that this hunter cult has been stirring up, I mean, we barely ever see any of them inside the city. A week ago, there was an incident where 2 or 3 of them managed to enter the city, but we haven't heard anything from them since.
What happened?
They got in the city. If I remember correctly, they went looking through a lot of inns. They probably were looking for someone. That's also what attracted attention to them. They kept asking questions about a Dragonborn, if I remember correctly. Looks a bit like your friend, but he was wearing armor. Yeah. I remember saying that they were looking for the...
wearing a shirt.
Yeah, I mean... Well, you know, the Dragonborns, you know, he leans in a bit toward you specifically, Fisher, when he says that. You know, they're really not shy in any way, so... but yeah, usually, especially adventuring type, they at least wear shirts. But usually armor. I think that's what they were looking for. One of those fighter types. Your friend, even though he looks a bit beefy, probably more the roguish type. Although the shield is...
definitely couldn't be me. I am known for my stealth and my you hit it right on. Anyone you see, I'm definitely a rogue. Let's go with that.
Can you roll a deception roll for me, please?
Audience, are you trying to tell the shopkeeper here that you're shifty and good at stealing things?
I rolled an 8.
He's starting to look at you suspiciously. You're not sure if it's because what you just said wasn't convincing to him, or if what Fisher just said sort of struck something in his mind. So, yeah.
That's not important. So, what ended up happening to him?
Well, 2 of them got killed. They tried to resist one of the Sentinel, came inside the city and asked them to leave. You don't want to mess with the Sentinels. The other one, we think he just escaped. We haven't heard anything from them in a week, so unless he's laying low, which isn't their style, I'd say, from what we've heard from outside of the city, he probably left, found a way out.
Who do you think we could talk to that might know more?
Oh, probably if you find a guardhouse, they at least would have heard from the incident. Well, if not, you just have to go to the highest tier of the city and just ask the garrison there. So.
Mm-hmm. The Sentinels don't talk, right?
Well, they do ask you to lower your weapons, but if you're talking about meaningful conversation, no.
Okay. Thanks. That was unexpected and also possibly helpful information that no way pertains to either of us.
Yeah.
Do you know where we could find Iselina?
I'm pretty sure she lives in the lower tiers of the city. Her uncle is the one that has the shop, and she's mostly been helping with him. I heard she lost most of her family in some accident.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we met her when she was on the road here.
Oh.
Shared a cart for a bit.
Yeah, that sounds like her. She's very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Would you know the name of her uncle's shop?
Oh, that's a good question. There's quite a lot of them in the lower city. It's one of those shop who has an elven name.
Lots of apostrophes for no reason. One of those places.
No, that's more dwarvish than elven.
Oh.
I don't speak elf. I'm sorry. I wouldn't be able to pronounce this. Well, then I wouldn't be able to make it justice by telling you it, and you wouldn't be able to understand it anyway. So,
Fair enough.
I'm pretty sure there's not a whole bunch of elven names in there. You know, it's most of the population. It's humans, halflings. We're pretty close to the mountains, so we do have dwarves and gnomes, but elves usually keep to themselves.
Mm-hmm. And then this is a herbalism shop, right, that we're in?
Well, yeah.
Of some sort?
Yeah, we do sell a large variety of herbs.
All right. Because we were Um, about to head up into the mountains and collect some mushrooms and moss for somebody. That's. We were wondering if there's any, I don't know, anything you might have to make it easier to carry it without smushing it,
Well,
so it's not useful anymore.
Well, it depends on what kind of moss. If it's a moss that's already pretty humid,
It's yellow, and
Yeah.
it grows around the mushrooms.
there's quite a lot of yellow moss in the world, including a few that you really don't want to get close to. But I'm guessing that if you were sent on that, unless that whomever sent you there wanted to kill you, it's probably not the deadlier kind.
Well, one of the last guys that went up there to collect it died, so, who knows.
That's always interesting to know. Quite a lot of people actually go in the mountains to gather mushrooms and moss. There are some pretty generic mushrooms that grow inside the mountains. By generic, I mean mages use them for so many different potions. So I'll try and spread the word around in the community that there's a problem in those caves. So if they send someone, to be prepared.
Yeah, have you ever heard of a large shambling creature with lots of tendrils or something?
Shambling creature with tentacles. Well, I haven't adventured much, but of course, as soon as you start either going deep underground or inside at the bottom of the ocean, there are a very large variety of monsters that can fit the bill. Shambling monsters with tentacles. I mean, I did hear from my grandfather about a flower that blooms near graves that gets corrupted and just gather everything around it, and eventually becomes this huge mass of shambling tentacles and dead corpse. But never heard about it.
Like a large mound.
Yeah, it can become quite
Like a
large, but
shambling mound.
yeah, but I've never heard about this.
Huh. Me neither.
I've never heard about this inside of a cave, so.
Uh-huh. Oh. Probably figure it out what it is when we get there. But yeah, do you have like a carrying case or something I could buy off you?
I mean, yeah, usually don't need a lot of something very
Unless
elaborate.
you think I could just toss a bunch in a sack and that would be fine.
Well, I'd say this can work. Just make sure that you add in maybe some moist cloth so that they remain moist and they don't start drying out, especially for the moss. Because once it dries out, it becomes very easy to get grinded in a fine dust, and you are suddenly have a lot of dust that you're not sure what it is. But if you keep it moist, it remains in a single bundle. As far as anything else, I'd say go for a box. It's sturdier. You can just open it, drop things inside, and even if you find yourself stumbling, well, at least if you fall on the box, unless you're very heavy like your friend, the box is gonna survive. The bag?
Are we leading to this?
The bag might get
Probably
squashed.
not. Yeah. Do you have anything like that here?
Yeah, sure. I can probably sell you something. Hold on. He goes in the back store and comes back after a few minutes. He comes back with a box, maybe a foot long and rectangular box. So foot wide, maybe 5-inch high, 6 or 7 inch deep. Just add a few wet cloths at the bottom of it. The moss is gonna be fine. Mushroom also. I don't know how much mushroom you need to get back to get. So, and I'll sell you this box. How does 3 copper sound?
Yeah, sounds good. I'll give him 5
Oh, that's very generous. Thank you.
for the extra help.
That's very generous. Thank you. Here you go.
And then yeah, I'll take it and head out.
All right. So you head out. Audience and Fisher on your way to.
What time of day is it now? Is it 8? Yeah, no, you said like half an hour to 45 minutes.
Yeah. So
it's
added
like
with the
11.
conversation, maybe an hour later. So
Uh-huh.
you're reaching maybe 10 o'clock, 10:15.
So we've got time to go find Iselina's place.
Yeah.
Probably.
Unless, audience, do you want to try and follow up about those guys that were totally not hunting you?
I mean, I don't know if we really need to follow up. I think it's pretty obvious who they were, and if one of them are dead and the other escaped, I mean, we'll just keep our eyes out. But
I don't know, it might be. Maybe they mentioned something when they were searching around.
I mean, it's not like they just wanted to find out where I was. So, I mean, it's good to know that I'm in disguise now.
You could call it that.
Is lack
Usually
of disguise
people in
called a
disguise-
disguise?
Try to go be a little more discreet.
I'm discreet.
You are very easy to see.
Yeah, but they think it's an armored individual. So I'm very discreet if you're looking for an armored individual.
So it's,
I'm as little armored as you can be.
I mean, if that stuff keeps growing on you, that'll be different pretty soon.
I mean, is that armor though?
so Fisher, you hear,
You tell me, man.
Fisher, you hear from inside of you, Taranad say, so basically, it's like he bought a mustache and now he thinks he's well hidden.
Yep. Oh, well. You're not worried about it, then I won't bother.
All right.
All right.
I'll head out, go look for Iselina's place.
All right. Well, while you
Anybody
all...
else wants to do anything?
Well, I was going to say we can go take the break because
Right.
we didn't take any break. So give everyone a chance to go to the bathroom. But probably when we come back, we're going to go to Tykar because he's the one who's been twiddling his thumbs the most right now. So
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm
Just
just
been sleeping in.
being...
Nah, he's gonna get his loot fixed, man. He said he was waking
Right.
up early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna come.
That's something that doesn't take very much time, right? Fixing a intricate musical instrument.
If not, I'll buy a new one. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
terrible.
that's
Not
probably
sure
gonna
there's
be
much
easier.
fixing gonna be going on.
That's probably gonna be easier. All right. Well, we're gonna take our break here, so we're gonna be back in roughly 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes.
See you in 10.
Bye.
There you go. I banned him.
And that's a great way to start the stream. I just turned it on, and that's the first thing we hear. This is the second great quote from you tonight.
Well, to be fair, one was from my mom. So I shouldn't get on there.
From your window. So, welcome back, everyone. So, welcome back to the show. And for those of you who might have missed what happened before, well, essentially everyone just went into town and started making their preparation for the quest of picking mushrooms. We had Fisher and Audience looking for a bank to get their rewards. Raimi looking for a herbalist shop. And Tykar looking for someone who could fix his loot. And so we're going to go back to Tykar, who has been, well, waiting for his turn for quite a long time. So, yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick up my bag with the demon mirror in it and drag the desecrated corpse of my loot along as I look for an instrument shop, if there would be such a thing.
Probably. Probably be a bit more of a specialized shop. So less place where you could find them, but definitely. Of course, you'd be able to find it in the wealthiest tier of the city because nobles live there. There's very often receptions, and so bards would go there. But there would definitely be other place where you can buy this in lower tiers. Not everyone has the money to go directly there, and it's a very large city, so they are used to having bards of high renown and bards who are just beginning on their journey to fame and glory. Make an investigation roll. Because I guess you don't have any problem asking people for, hey, is there an instrument shop nearby?
That's gonna be a 5.
So that's why you're the last one to go in what you wanted to do, because you spent most of the morning being ping-ponged through different tier of the city, and oh yeah, there's one that's just below, next street, you can't miss it. And you find yourself there, and either you missed it or the person was mistaking this for something else. So you bounce around for a little while, but eventually, you said 5? You rolled?
Yep.
5?
Yep.
A few street away from your inn, you actually do find one who is just out of view of the door when you leave. That's why you missed it, but you're also... should have asked someone right when I exited the inn.
Probably the smart thing to do. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep wandering around till I find it, and once I do, browse if he has anything cool.
Yeah, well, as you enter, you do recognize someone who looks like maybe someone who was a bard for a while, but stopped. But then again, could just be for the show. But you do find a shop where there's quite a good variety of instrument. Not the excessively costly one. You won't find the equivalent of the Shattered Continent Stradivarius, but you'll find some good instrument.
All right. I'll just plop the pieces of my loot and like,
You,
yeah, I'm gonna need a new one.
you put your loot on the desk, and there's that human. He looks like maybe in end of his 30s. He just looks at you, Lily. What did you do to that poor thing?
Dwarf had it coming. Do you have another one?
No loot deserved this. I mean, the dwarf
I-
might have, but not the loot.
Well, can you sell me a new one or?
I'm hesitant. Is it gonna end like this in a few months?
No.
Oh God.
Oh well.
There's still like a beard hair stuck in the strings.
He picks it. Ding. Ah, poor thing. He gently picks it up as if it was a wounded child. Lowers
Throws
it
it into
behind
the
his
fire.
desk. Oh. So, I imagine you want a replacement. Hold on. Maybe something slightly sturdier?
Oak should do.
Battle loot.
It's made out of
Do you
metal.
have anything dipped in adamantine?
We're gonna sell you one made out of metal. You're gonna be able to use it for heavy fighting. Oh, it's gonna be a heavy metal bard.
Maybe when I get Tavern Brawler. Not yet.
You know, if you're gonna be hitting people with your loot, you might consider using your first out of school spell to be holy weapon, divine weapon, and choose a loot as its shape. That way, you're gonna be able to hit people with a spiritual weapon. Sorry, with a spiritual loot. And not damage it.
If I get a level druid, I can't just use Shillelagh on it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it doesn't qualify as a club or staff.
No.
I think that's up to DM discretion.
I'd say you have to damage
it's like
it
a
first.
staff and a club put together.
Yeah.
It's a hammer. All right. So he looks around. All right. Well, there's this one. Takes one from the wall. It's functional above anything else. There's potential for you to start embellishing it, painting it, things like that. But on the basis, it's mostly a very a very just functional thing. And you're getting the impression that he's probably going toward the more functional things and less decorative things because of what you did to that poor loot.
Listen, friend. What happened to this loot was a crime of passion. It won't happen again. Okay?
A crime is a crime.
Please do not make me perform with this piece of wood with strings on it. I do respect my instruments, but get carried away when people don't respect me, if you know what I mean.
So roll for intimidation.
Intimidation? Really?
Yeah? You just told him that if you don't get what you want, you
get mad and
react
break stuff.
poorly.
Well, 24, my guy. Fuck, I wasn't trying to be intimidating, but
You're gonna leave. This guy's gonna close his shop.
You and
I-
Fisher
back
have a
room.
similar problem.
Police report.
just spreads wings and eagle screams in his face.
All right. Well, he flies it back. After you just tell him that if you don't get your way, you get mad, he places the loot back on the wall. Well, there's this one here. It was made. The wood comes from inside the elven forest, so it's a bit costlier, but you know, it's part of the show, and especially if you have an elven audience, they might react to something that is of their forests. And he takes a moment and just, and especially if it's been well treated.
I'll roll my eyes, pick it up, and just like strum a few notes just to get a feel for it.
Well, it's not perfectly tuned, but it's good.
All right. Yes. She will do just fine.
All right. Well, this one is 45 gold.
Holy shit.
That's
Yes, of course, I was well within the means of a well-acclaimed performer such as me. Reluctantly counts out 45 gold. All right, I'll put it down.
Probably not
I'm
going to
gonna
use
start.
one in a bar
I'm gonna
fight.
start. I'm gonna start playing the first notes to Stairway to Heaven. Just get his shit shut down before I leave.
Stairway to the Celestial Mount. All right, so you take this, you play the first few notes, you realize that there's a little bit of tuning needed, so you start tuning, and as you walk into the street, we hear this ding, 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 ding. Slowly going away, the ding, 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 ding. Where did you go after that?
Did I have anything else to do? I don't think so. I guess I actually no. I would look for a jeweler because I do have a gem to have appraised.
Okay.
Are they about to? Are they about to show up at the same place at the same time?
Well, it's a pretty large city, not necessarily. Depending on where you want to go. Like I said, every kind of shop is going to be available in the highest tier of the city. But other things, like music shop and like jeweler shop, will still be available in lower tiers, but less and less fancy, and you're gonna find less and less very valuable things as you go down the tier. And things like jeweler shop, probably not at the lowest tier of the city. So any part of the city that's outside of the wall or in the very first walled tier, maybe not the jeweler shop there, but depends on where you want to go.
At least in Raimi's case, he would have been looking for the jeweler shop. I guess like the first one he could find
All right. So
from the herbalist shop.
So you're basically going up the tiers. And Taikar?
I'll ask for the one nearest to me.
Okay. So Remy, unless you want to try and speak to people, make a perception. If you want to try to speak to people, investigation. Taikar, same thing. Although for you, asking people is not that much of a problem.
19 on my end.
Oh wait, that's intimidation.
And you 19 for perception or investigation?
Perception.
Perception. Okay. Taikar?
17 investigation.
Okay. Yeah, you each find one. Fortunately, it is not the same. So, Remy, you find one in the tier that is right above the one that you're in, and Taikar, you find one on the tier that you are right now. Remy, your jewelry shop most likely is something that feels like something you'd find in a town. So he usually doesn't deal in high-end gems, but he does see his fair share of gems. As for Taikar, well, since you are still on the same tier, this jeweler does see a little bit more interesting gems from time to time, but not the highest quality of gem. That's probably just going to be in the highest tier. Most of the people coming from the flying duck are going to be on the tier above.
Okay. You want to go first?
Might as well, just because I have gems to unload.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there were the 4 gems that he had during Thaikar's performance.
Okay.
That I'd not been able to identify up to this point because.
Whoops. Okay. During his performance. Right. Okay. They're all gem of the lowest of tier. So they're all gems worth about 10 golds. But they're not of a single type. I can roll for which type, but at this level, they're usually nothing of interest. You don't find diamonds of that at that tier of gems. So.
I've just been calling them miscellaneous gems.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the 9 ones that I got from the Bard performance.
The 9 ones. All right. So on that one, you find. So 5 of them are 10 gold piece gems. So really the basic one. One of them is actually a 50 gold worth diamond. A bit small, but when you see the merchant identify it, okay, It's small. The cut is not perfect, but it's a small diamond. The other ones are all. They're also 50 gold gem, and one of them is. One of them is an emerald. Doesn't have any properties. It's just a low-end emerald.
Mm-hmm. And I guess based on Raimi's own past experience, would he believe that he could fetch a higher price for the one item, the marble that he received at one of the higher tiers, or would it not make much of a difference regardless?
It wouldn't be a certain thing. Most likely, someone at a higher tier of the city would be able to more accurately appraise it. But you could find someone who can give you a very decent price. So basically, it's sort of if this thing can be worth between, I don't know, 100 and 200, the lower tier you go, the wider the margin is going to be. The more you go toward the higher tier, the lower the margin is going to be, and usually it's going to lower itself more toward the more profitable end. So
Mm-hmm. And then follow-up question.
Yeah.
It's if Raimi were looking to sell the saffron, would that be sold at like a restaurant, or would that be at like a bakery, or
in cities like this, there are also spice shops. So you could also
Okay.
easily find one.
All right, then I guess while Thykar does his own thing, like Raimi will probably move to a higher tier to see if he could sell these two items off.
Okay. So we're gonna go to Tykar.
I will walk up to the counter. Who would I see?
You see a bit young, but still a dwarf. You see his beard isn't completely going all the way to under his belly, but there's quite a lot of color in it. By that, I don't mean that it's red, orange, and blue. I just mean that the color is very vibrant. There's no little bits of gray mixed into it or anything like that.
I'll greet him and pull out the gem I was tossed during one of my performances, which was unidentified.
Yeah. Okay. So, get a gem. Oh, okay. Interesting gem. Looks at it. Huh. Well, it's not perfect, but interesting one. How did you find it?
I'm afraid I don't know the person who gave it to me, so I wouldn't be able to answer.
Oh, a gift. Well, then, if you ever meet that person again, I'd suggest that you make it a friend. I'd appraise this at 45 gold.
Holy shit. All right, it's yours.
All right. Well,
Do you want it?
takes it.
Perfect.
Sure. I mean, it's not an excessively precious, rare stone, but it's very well cut. There's no imperfection inside of it. You can easily make jewelry out of it.
All right, my loot just paid for itself.
Yeah, right.
Cool. Well, does he have anything that catches my eye in his shop? Anything that looks out of the ordinary?
All right. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Goodness.
He has a black lotus in the first. That's all.
Well, most of the shop seems to be interesting gems. You know, he doesn't seem to have a lot of the smaller gems. Most of the gems he has seems to be starting at roughly what you just gave him. So right there, it's already something a little bit more wealthier for a shop.
Okay.
You do see a few gems which looks very well cut. You do recognize behind some of the displays a few rubies, a few emeralds. There's one case that it's most likely diamonds. That case is heavily locked. But you do see one display that is behind the counter, raised higher than everything else. You're not sure what kind of gem that is, but it's translucent. There's something shining in it, and it's roughly the size of a human fist. Because of the way that it's been placed, you'd guess that this is probably something like the crowning jewel of the store.
I'm gonna look at him like, all right, I've seen it. Now you cannot let me leave without telling me about it. And I point at the crystal fist.
Haha! Yeah, pretty proud of this. Actually, it's my grandfather who found this. But I'm the one who shined it. The story itself might be a little less glorious, but the end result, let's just say that it's related to Phoenix. There was quite an interesting process to making it. I'm sure you're aware that Phoenix, when they die, they burst into flames and then they rise from the ash. Well, let's just say that the gem was in him when it happened. And that's what came out the less glorious end of the bird after it came back to life.
All right. Huh. So it doesn't do anything, it just looks really impressive.
Well,
Oh,
yes, it does look very impressive, but it also reacts to fire. When you place it in the flame, you can actually control the flame. A priest tried to buy it from me a few years ago, saying that he could probably find other use for it. But, you know, I'm not gonna part with this for a measly 15,000 gold.
huh. Well, 15,000 to control flames. That's
That's what he offered me, and I said no.
for measly 15,000. Well, understandable. I mean, of course. I mean, who would offer such a petty amount for something so
Is it heist time?
extraordinary? What?
Heist time?
I mean,
You just fucking found the Pink Panther.
holy shit. I mean, I know someone I might be able to recruit to help me steal this. Trying to put our differences aside. All right. Well, that is a very fascinating story. I might come back one day with, once all people who owe me money have given me what they owe me, I might have enough to persuade you to part with it.
We'll
As you know,
see. But
Such a philanthropist giving away hundreds of thousands of gold every time my friends need some groceries,
yeah, I'm
It's
sure
hard.
you look like the very generous type.
I'm dumb, so I think he's serious. All right. And I'll take a mental note of this place and the Phoenix gem.
All right. Well, you take a mental note, and he also takes a mental note of you, since you said that you might one day come back. Just in case. And you leave the store on shaky legs.
I should have done an insight check on that, but I'm gonna leave happy.
You fell under the fascination of the gem, and you completely forgot to see. Was he telling the truth? No, he's.
Watch me just use control flames to for pyrotechnics, just free pyrotechnics.
All right, so you leave the store. Now what?
I'm gonna. We did agree to meet up somewhere around like noonish, right?
Back in the inn.
Back in the inn. And what time is it, roughly?
You going out, finding the store, daydreaming about it. I mean, you'd probably have another 2 hours before you get to meet. Because you got up before because of your dream, so you probably got up a little bit earlier than usual. Finding your way, you rolled decently for one and poorly for the other. So, probably took you like 3 or 4 hours, meaning that you are 10 and a half right now.
All right. I'll ask people if they've seen a Kenku walking around.
Make an investigation roll for me, please.
That's a 2.
That's a 2.
My intelligence is -1.
Okay, Remy, what were you doing exactly? Yeah, you were looking for a better shop to sell the.
Yeah, move to the higher tiers to find a better shop to sell the
Okay.
to sell the marble.
So, yeah, you rolled a 2. The person who you eventually ask rolled a natural 20, so it probably looks something like that. You get to this human who looks a little bit lonely, and you ask him, "Hey, have you seen a Kenku? It's a bit small, black feathers, and you
Can't fly.
Can't, and you see the human go like that."
I'll just turn my head like an owl behind me. Yep, that's him.
Just a little
Canonically.
further. Oops, sorry.
Are you allowing me to have the neck mobility of an owl?
I don't know. I think that parrots can turn their head more than pigeons, but
Oh God! I just want to imagine this parrot doing that.
It's a cockatoo, please.
I'd have to look, but it could be funny. Be able to turn your head 270 degrees like an owl.
Can I roll a percentile for it?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
But also
What's the
percentile
threshold?
to not break your neck.
Okay, so what's the threshold I'm aiming at?
I'd say go above 70%.
94. I failed my investigation check, but I learned about an innate ability that I have.
to have a 270 degree arc to turn your head around. That's what owl have.
Damn.
Owls can turn their
Maybe.
head 270
Jesus.
degrees.
Okay,
That's
so I can look left without turning my head left. That's
well.
nice.
The reason why owls can do that is that they can't turn their eyes. Their eyes are fixed straight forward.
Sick. All right,
Also,
I'm
aren't
adding
their
that.
ears like on the front of their face?
I'm not sure exactly where they are. I think they're supposed to be close to their eyes, but I'm not sure exactly where.
Sweet.
Anyway, after this amazing feat,
So, Remy, you have this moment that feels like taken out of, oh, that's what my holy things were meant to to exercise him, who just turns his head and see you walking toward him.
Caca. So, I'll approach Raimi. Now-
And your body turns around without your head actually turning around and walking
Walk
toward him.
backwards towards.
Raimi suddenly starts moving very quickly toward his location.
You see him moving toward you and then going toward the jewelry store that you just left.
I'll turn my head the right way around and just be like, Raimi.
Oh, jeez, they're gonna plan their heist.
Hold on, I need. Okay, hold on. And it's like, okay. So Raimi is not freaked out, surprisingly, anymore. This.
He
Just
managed
like,
to calm himself very fast.
It was a minor
Just like-
about it.
He just reminds himself that he's seen creepier things, like
A living pumpkin.
just like just stops, then like walks back over and just kind of like gives him an expectant look.
So, from what I've gathered, you are the sneakier one of the group, right?
Who's asking?
An interested party who would like very much to fatten his pockets, if you know what I mean.
Apples, oranges, lemons.
I'm gonna make an intelligence roll to see if I can make some kind of
Sense out of this.
So you can get Zach to tell you what he meant.
I I tell him grapefruit.
I need to know what you rolled to result in grapefruit.
I rolled a 5. I'm just like,
All right, I'm gonna roll an insight.
fuck me.
Oh boy!
Big thieves
All
can't.
right, so that's a 16 insight.
You had a
Obviously
feeling
not
that he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Raimi is going to just point in your direction, and you'll hear this gruff voice in your head. Are we talking a big score?
Taikar, this is a bad moment for you because you just realized that that was him every single time, probably.
We will touch on another subject later, but for now we have more pressing matters. So I'm just gonna nod my head. I hope you guys don't lose I hope you guys don't have to lose your rogue and your bard in one very bad incident.
Oh, it really depends. Like I said when we started the campaign, I am not the kind of dungeon master who will try to prevent you from doing something stupid. I am the kind of dungeon master who will make sure you have to live with your stupid mistakes.
Okay.
Me and Fisher off getting our legitimate money that we worked hard to earn. Our 2 other members going after a 15k stone.
At least.
Way more than 15k. Like 15 was measly to this dwarf.
You do realize you're like, I don't know how you're gonna sell it to somebody else.
Yeah,
That's gonna be well known.
you had extremely good heads for something like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, Raimi knows thieves can't. He probably knows contacts, right? I hope so. Not that I know, but I fucking hope so.
You straight up trying to offload like the Pink Panther.
End up trying to sell it to his dad.
Okay. So, we're going to give just a few moments to audience and Fisher because I get the feeling that we're going to end the stream on 2 shifty characters trying to figure out if they can actually steal that gem or not. So,
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
audience and Fisher, you are unaware that the shiftier part of your group is trying to do something that will most likely get them in prison for the next 10 years. You are looking for Isalina.
Just straight dead.
I'm not paying your bail.
So you are looking for Isalina. It takes a bit of time, but you were shown in the direction that you'd feel, all right. Well, she's more humble, so probably not in the highest tier. Although a shop...
The guy told us it was in the lowest one, didn't he?
That's what I was gonna get at. So...
Sorry.
That's all right. You just skipped a few phrases ahead, so no worries about it. So you make your way to the lowest tier, and you figure that, well, a shop name in Elven, there's a good chance that a lot of people are going to know about it because they can't pronounce it properly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that hard. Maybe after an hour of search that you find your way to this small shop that looks a little bit warm and cozy. And for a moment, you remember how she was, how friendly she was, and open, and then you sort of get this. Well, if it didn't look like that before she came, yeah, I can see her influencing this shop to become something a little bit more like this. So, you make your way inside the shop, and it's been a long time, but you recognize behind the counter Isalina, who seems to be just taking care of a small plant. Right now, she hasn't noticed that you are standing at the door of the shop.
Mm-hmm. Looks nice.
She looks up. Oh, I didn't expect you to visit us so soon. How have you been?
Pretty good. We're taking care of something up in the mountains north of here, so I figured we should stop by.
Right. So that's you. There's been a rumor that's been going around for the past few hours that someone's looking for information about mushrooms.
Yeah, that'd be us.
Oh, well. Well, are you just here for a courteous visit, or do you actually have something to ask? Either way, I don't mind. I can probably prepare some tea if you. And she looks at you and then looks at audience. I can prepare tea for you and maybe just water for you.
I'm good, but I mean, I think we're good on the mushrooms. There's not a whole lot to it, so should be fine. But
Okay.
yeah, I figured it'd be rude not to stop by, say hi.
No, of course. It's a pleasure to have you here. What have you been up to? What happened? It's almost been a month. I'm sure adventurers like you probably had a few interesting events, adventure quests.
Yeah, just you could say a few. Oh man. It's really just been a month.
Roughly.
Yeah, well, yeah, fought a bunch of stuff, killed some more stuff, did a lot of traveling.
Opened a portal to
Cycled
the world
through
of a
some-
dark god,
Yeah, cycled through some party members. Unfortunately, Eldon isn't adventuring with us anymore.
Oh,
He's not dead.
okay.
He's not with us.
Well, at least he's not dead.
Yeah.
And what about the other one that could transform into wolf?
Yeah, she's also not with us anymore.
Okay, I hope it's
Although for a different reason. But
okay, but she's still alive.
yeah.
Okay.
No, she's definitely took to hanging out more in her element
Oh, well,
than
I can understand that.
taking up the more anxiety-inducing adventures life.
Okay, I've never heard it referred to as anxiety-inducing, but I can certainly imagine how it can be such a life.
Well, didn't think it really was until started hanging out with her, but to each their own, I guess.
No, but I can understand, and especially if everything you just said is not an exaggeration. I'm pretty sure no one wants to find their way, open a door to a dark god.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Do you want to tell that story? I was a little bit not there.
There was already like an opening, and I made it worse. Everything's fine. It was cleaned up.
Okay, so it just became worse before becoming better.
Yes.
Okay.
Did it? Okay.
We're gonna go with that.
If we were in a anime, there would probably be a small drop of water appearing next to Selina's head when you said that.
What happened to your companion?
Oh, he was just there to help me to get here. But I believe he's still on the island. He did run a few errands for me. But mostly he spends his time researching, learning more. Apparently something has happened recently and he's been spending a lot of time in the library trying to figure things out.
The library here?
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a large city. They do have a portion of the library that's open to the more general public. Mostly general books, history, geography, mineralogy, herbalism. The more arcane research, you usually need permission for that, but yeah, he's been spending a lot of time gathering information like this and researching. He even went as far as Nathahir. They do have quite a larger library there, but came back. I don't know, something's been on his mind. That's really all I can say. It's already a feat that you can see that something's on his mind, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Yeah.
And also Krill seemed to be worried also. He doesn't shine as much as he did before.
Who was Krell?
Krill. He's the living crystal inside him?
Oh, I never met him.
Oh, well, you probably just didn't realize. When he fought, you probably heard him say this. Krill, swords.
Ah, yes. I do remember that. That's interesting. So he had a living creature inside of him, or crystal.
Yeah, the way he describes it is more of a symbiote than just another living entity.
Through the Fisher, did you meet the Krell?
I think he might have mentioned it. I don't remember.
Fair
There's
enough.
there's been a lot that's happened in the past month.
Especially since you weren't actually paying attention to this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting that he has. Is Grell a dick? Super annoying all the time.
He's never mentioned anything like that. Why?
Oh, that must be nice. I've picked up a similar entity, you could say.
Okay.
But,
Well, I hope you find a way to get along.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. I think it's getting better. I don't know.
From what I gathered, Krill acts a bit more like a dog than a friend with a questionable ethic.
Yeah, mine acts more like a disappointed teacher.
You hear from inside of you say, well, at least you have enough perception to perceive that. You're improving slightly. She looks at you, audience. Does he do that?
Yes. He has. We've actually met the other guy. It's weird. He has two minds now.
Right. I've heard about people like that. That's confusing at some point. Well, if there is anything I can do to appease the beast inside of you, let me know. But I'm honestly not an arcane researcher. If you think plants can help him, I can certainly try and do something. But
No, that's fine. I'm learning how to deal with it. But yeah, just stop by to say hi. Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
well, it's good. It's interesting as we don't have to worry. At least I don't have to worry about being attacked anymore. They have pretty good protection against the hunter cult. So yeah, it's good to know that your life is safe. Honestly, I can see the appeal of life of an adventurer, but I'm not sure I'd be able to live a life like that for years on end. I mean, it's nice to have a place where you can just go back home, have a nice rest, do a few things that you need for yourself, and maybe pick it up again. But I wouldn't be able to do this nonstop. I need breaks.
Yeah.
Though I did hear that recently there might have been a couple cultists that infiltrated the city, but they were taken care of. Did you hear anything about that?
Well, yeah, it's a bit hard not to have heard about it, especially since the door to the inside the walls is only, I don't know, 1,000 feet away. You do hear from time to time the sentinels ordering someone to lower their weapons, and screaming something about the hunters' cult not being welcome inside the city walls. So they do try from time to time, but for the most part, I haven't heard of anyone being killed by them. So And they
That's
did
good.
manage to catch a few, you know, probably the incidents you're referring to, where there was a bit of a scuffle in one of the higher tier of the city, and two of them got killed. They never found the third one, but
Well, we'll let you get back to your work.
yeah, it's been pretty slow today. We've only had a few customer. Although one was a bit different than the others, but he's supposed to come back later on. Maybe you can just come by and see him. We do get quite a few interesting people here, but this one had spices and herbs and weird powder. Wanted to have analyzed, so
It's kind of
What do you
interesting.
look like?
he looked like a bird.
What type of bird? I've known a lot of birds in my time.
We've got a couple along for the ride recently.
Oh, um, well, I'd say judging from the beak, somewhere within the family of the ravens. Yeah,
Could he talk normal?
no, certainly not.
Yep.
You might have met one of our party members then, Rami. We picked him up a while back.
Yeah, I think he said that my name was Raimi, so I think it's him.
Yeah. He's one of the bird people we've picked up.
All
that we were
right.
mentioning.
And you said you picked up a couple, so who's the other one?
He looks kind of like a parrot, or he's colorful.
Okay.
Taller. He can fly.
Oh, that's very useful.
Yeah.
Yes.
See if there's anything else useful he can do.
Oh, I'm sure there's something he can do.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's just because you haven't known him for long enough.
Probably.
I'll have you know I'm capable of landing life in jail very quickly.
It's interesting. Yeah, the one you met's definitely a lot of time spent trying to figure out what he's talking about.
I can easily imagine that. I've never had anyone tell me that my name was Raimi, so that might get confusing from time to time. So,
Yeah.
Six beer. Yep.
What time is it? I'll say, looking over to audience, because we have someone we have to meet outside the city.
oh, well, it's probably getting close to noon.
All right. I'll look. We should probably go and just make sure he's there, since we didn't get an exact time.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, if you see Civ, let him know we stopped by. Oh,
all right. I'll let him know
I
that
go
you
hit
stopped
him up at the
by
library.
and that you were on your way to go picking mushrooms. Should be. He probably should be back within a day.
It's good.
Yeah, there's actually one of the ship that's docked right now. It's a library ship. So,
Interesting.
That's
straight
Cool.
from the capital city of the Dragonborn.
oh.
They do have good books over there.
I would imagine.
They have a lot of good books over there.
Oh, I was just assuming. You must have actually read them.
Just a couple.
Well, they're actually working on a project. It's a long way from being done, but there's a little bit more ships there than usual because apparently something was discovered about the shard energy that's been poured in our own realm. Apparently, someone think they figured out how to ride the energy. They've been trying to figure out if they can build ships that can actually survive this. I mean, it's probably going to be a long time before they're ready, but who
Like
knows?
from one shard to another? Or.
That's what they're hoping to do.
Huh.
Interesting.
That is interesting. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be for tomorrow, but,
Yeah.
could be interesting if it happens within our lifespan.
Yeah.
Travel
Be nice to
between
one time,
shards.
travel to a shard instead of the shard traveling to you.
Just showing up and causing all sorts of problems that we have to fix.
Yeah.
And who knows, traveling to another realm, finding other people, other village, could be interesting. I'm sure that's just something that adventurers like you would find fascinating. Maybe when you're close to your maximum potential, you should probably come
Yeah.
back. Ask
Yeah,
them.
like
Who knows?
level 17 through 20. You know.
Well, I don't know that scale, but
Completely arbitrary.
oh, okay. Well, it was very nice meeting you all again, and don't hesitate. Come back whenever you want.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess while we're up there, is there anything you need from the mountains?
Well, depending on where you go, there's quite an interesting variety of cave-dwelling plants that can be used for a very large array of potions. You'd be surprised how many ingredients can be found in caves. Mushroom, mosses, decomposing corpse. Sometimes some of them can start sprouting very weird plants. But hey, there's always other things. I mostly specialize with plants, but there's always a few animal components that can be very useful. For myself, I don't know how far you're going to go in, but if you go deep enough, I've heard about a plant. It has a very odd fruit. Apparently, it only grows really deep inside caves, but the plant itself is maybe half my height. She's a half elf, so she's probably something like 4 feet. Not 4 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 or 6 maximum. About half my height, and the fruit that grows from it is slightly luminescent. The base is a bit red, but the end of it is a sort of a greenish light. If you can ever find some, I know a few potions you can make that have very interesting effects, but they're quite rare, so I won't hold it against you if you don't find any.
Well, we are going to be heading into a cave, so if we see one, we'll pick its fruit, I guess.
Seems like it might be worth venturing a little farther for.
No.
Well, just
And there is the potential for a rotting corpse too, since we know someone died in the cave we're going to, so we'll see what's growing on that.
Yeah, well, just don't put your life at risk unnecessarily. You know, if it's too dangerous, just come back. The plant is still going to grow. Come back better prepared, stronger, with more people. It's still going to be there. I'd rather make sure that I'd have another interesting meal with all of you and your new friends, rather than have a meal to mourn all of you.
I wouldn't be too worried about that. You know, we can take most things.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I think
Less
you need to
caution.
convince him.
I mean, yeah, sure, we're good.
She leans
Audience
toward.
can get a little over enthusiastic about things
She
sometimes.
leans toward you, audience. I think he still needs a bit of a convincing.
It's okay. I'll next time we fight, I'll show him that we really have nothing to fear. It's all right.
From inside of you, Fisher, you hear Taranad say, "As long as you don't have to hit a moving target."
Hate him.
In context of that, you'll hear audience at the same time as you say that be like, you know, this guy just needs to get his orbs in a more forward trajectory, and we'll be A-okay.
Right.
I'm gonna smack you.
You know, he flipped his diamond around once. He literally pointed the blasty end at himself.
You're not there. Shut up.
No, right now you are planning to make the heist of the century with Tykar. And so this is where we're going to go right now. So long as it doesn't take an hour to plan. Or to be disappointed at the failure of planning. Either way. So Isolina bids you farewell. Whispers in the ear of audience. I think he's gonna need your help. He looks thoroughly disappointed in something right now.
He always needs my help. It's okay.
Fisher, from inside of you, you hear, "Oh, I can't argue with that." And the camera goes to Tykar and Raimi.
Wait, did Taranad hear that comment, but I didn't?
Well, audience is
He
not,
has a higher perception than you.
Yes, fair enough.
and the audience
Just
was
like,
most
what?
likely not trying to hide this. So, we go to Tykar and Remy, and I think you have the trouble understanding us, Tykar.
Wrestle with a cat for a full minute, and this is the thanks I get.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. You might hear like yourselves from my computer though, because my phone died, and that's what I was using for the Skype audio.
Okay.
But you can hear me fine. Can you hear yourselves from my laptop?
Nope. At least I can't hear myself talking, so.
In that case, Raimi, my dear friend Raimi. How would you like to make enough coin to make audiences' purse look like a gnome's ball sack?
That's an interesting way of phrasing this.
Ravi has a look of fascination, but also confusion in his eyes.
All right, I'm gonna take a gamble and assume that since you're a bird, you can speak Orin, and I'm going to tell you that there's this jewelry shop with a gem worth like a mansion's worth of gold.
I believe you can understand Oren.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I will note that it's definitely new to the ears. So it's kind of like...
It's like it's been so long since you heard that. There are a few words that he pronounced that it takes you a while to... Oh, yeah.
And then Raimi responds like, so a watermelon.
So a orc baby, you know? Like a very small child.
Raimi just kind of like stares at him, rolls his eyes for a second, like realizing like, okay, he can't speak at all.
I don't know if thieves can't.
Well, yeah, that's why he was like, but you pretty much confirmed it. And Raimi is going to minor illusion a map in front of your face.
A map of the city?
No, just a generic map.
Okay. A map of what? What am I looking at?
Of Estren. The island on which you are.
Okay, I can't pinpoint the shop from here.
Zoom in. Where's the zoom button?
It's like using Google Maps and just like, hey, where's the Home Depot we were talking about? It's like just from the globe.
You just keep zooming in, but it only makes the dot bigger. There's no definition in it.
No, I know where it is. Still in Orin, but I might need your help retrieving it, you know? And maybe you might know where to get rid of something so damn precious.
Raimi has a contemplative look on his face and then points to the map again.
This is Estren.
And where does the bird lay his nest?
I'm gonna roll intelligence and 11.
I'd say you glean that he wants to know where this is going to take place.
I point down like a couple of times, like here. This is where it's going down.
He's
The
pointing
shop
at
is here.
Otanel.
And if we play our cards right, we can get this done and be gone with the group before anyone knows anything happened. So, do I know that you can cast Minor Illusion yet?
Well, you see him do quite a lot of rainbows.
True.
Also, that's what he made the map out of.
True.
I mean,
That's
either that or you think
intelligence.
Raimi is capable of casting Creation, a 5th level spell, 6th level.
All right.
Can you do
So-
minor illusion? You ask while looking at the map.
Okay, so here's the plan. Okay, I will turn you invisible. I will distract the shopkeeper. You will seize the stone, minor illusion it back in place after you've taken cover so you don't blow illusion. And then I'll try to cover your escape from the shop, and we both make it off like thieving kings. This is the best thing that can happen right now. Like this cannot go wrong. Like what can go wrong will not. It is a flawless plan.
And so
Remy-
Raimi is going to repeat the phrase, and where does the bird lay his nest?
I'll show you. Like, wait, were you about to enter the jewelry store that I was at?
Raimi gives you a look, but kind of nods slowly.
All right. Well, if we're in front of the jewelry store that has the thing, I'm just gonna subtly like just motion my head towards it. If not, then I'll lead him towards the place.
Okay, well, that's easy enough to do. So, Taikar, you lead Remy to the shop, and with
Before entering the shop,
yes,
in fact, on the way to the shop,
okay,
Raimi already has his ritual book out.
okay,
And so, like,
I get
up,
it.
up until like to the shop's location, preparation, like casting detect magic.
Okay.
What you doing that for? Like, surely you wouldn't be guarding this fucking $100,000 gold gem with any kind of magic protections.
So you plop down just outside of the shop and you start casting ritual casting detect magic.
So, well, there's really, because like Raimi knows better than to automatically assume everything's fine, because he doesn't have an intelligence of 8.
And he's actually part of the criminal world. All right, so you spend a little bit of time and you do notice that you're attracting a little bit of attention. There is a guard who seems to have noticed that you're doing something, but he hasn't moved to try and prevent you from doing anything. But Remy, because of your high passive perception, you've noticed that you were noticed performing a ritual spell. So you finish casting your spell, and I believe it lasts for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And the range is 60 feet, I think.
It goes out to 30 feet.
30 feet, all right. So you finish casting, you close your book, and immediately you get a ping on the door of the shop. There is a very faint magical aura from the door itself. Feels like evocation. But it's faint. You know, it's not going to be a huge fireball. But there is something. You enter the shop. It's open right now. You just know that there is something on the door.
Okay,
And,
do you convey this information to me?
It's Raimi is going to point at you, and in your head you'll hear, well, you see, Raimi, that's a ward. You don't fuck with those.
Okay. Fine. I'll need magic for this. Just start stretching real quick.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I will.
I'm having really
Me-
bad flashbacks of a previous player I've had.
No, but anyways, Raimi is going to pull out a pouch, and then he is going to enter the shop as is
Okay.
while still concentrating.
Okay.
Okay. I'll follow Raimi,
Okay.
It's gonna look so sus.
and as I open the door, I'll greet the shopkeeper. Hey, I had another question about that, and then I'll feint a heart attack.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Make a performance roll, please.
26.
26, that's pretty convincing. You start clutching at your heart and your arm and start wincing in pain and falling to your knee, and immediately you see the shop owner. Are you alright? What's...
Please, come closer.
Fuck.
Oh goodness. Can you make a deception roll for me?
I can do that too. 19?
Okay.
This poor fucking guy, I'm about to steal his family heirloom.
I don't think you are.
So, can I do anything for you? What, are you alright? And, you know, he's a dwarf, so he's not moving excessively fast, but he's there, well, right on you. And, are you alright? Is there anything I can do? Like, I'll get a guard. I'll get a guard.
No, they'll take too long. Just slowly press on my chest. Like once every 10 seconds. Give one compression.
Well, you get the feeling that he's really confused about what's going on, but you rolled high enough that he believes you.
You
So,
need to save my life. Raimi, get the fucking rock.
so Raimi, you go inside the store, and while you see this performance, and you're working really hard not to start laughing at what's going on, you enter the store, and since Tykar is busy, I'm gonna send you privately what you get from your detect magic. I'm gonna see how you react to that. So, the moment you enter the store, you detect quite a few things actually. You detect
It's a phylactery.
Remy, well, you just send in the chance the percentage after he sends you all these things. Just the percentage in the general chat that you think you guys have of stealing this.
I will offer this. Although personally, I am waiting for just a sentence of everything in the store lights up like a Christmas tree.
this is what you pick when you enter the store and start looking around.
You now notice there are 7 customers in the jewelry store.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Raimi just
We're not leaving with the rock.
excuse me. For just for the audience's sake, including audience, percentage of this working out in the party's favor is less than 1% at this level.
I'm gambling.
Anyway,
I like the mods.
Like the odds, boys.
yeah. So, but what's actually happening, like in the scene itself, Raimi kind of looks in the gem's direction and then immediately shuts his eyes and closes them, and then looks down at Thykar.
Tykar, from your point of
And-
view, it feels like Remy has just looked directly at the sun.
So,
If
So,
birds could
Raimi-
sweat, I'd be drenched.
actually, Raimi has stopped concentrating on detect magic, and he actually gets in the way of the dwarf and starts doing the compressions himself. I don't know if I would need to be rolling medicine for this, or
No, since it's a bogus medicine thing, I'd say you only have to roll dexterity versus the shop owner who is rushing to Tykar to try and save his life.
There were no other gems you could have gone for.
I will maybe tell you things after the session. With a 22.
You easily beat the dwarf. He is a little bit clumsy compared to you. So Tykar, you're just looking at the dwarf, hoping, and then you feel Remy start doing the compression on your chest. That's the difference in dexterity between the two.
Raimi presses once. I get up like, my hero, thank you.
Raimi, with his back turned to the dwarf, by the way, it's is kind of glaring at him, but then also makes a rainbow. Probably the angriest rainbow that Raimi has ever made.
The color seems to have faded a bit from this rainbow.
Then Raimi turns back toward the dwarf shopkeeper and approaches with the pouch.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you saved his life.
Oh, I'll go get medical.
I'm very talented at what I'm at.
I guess I quite have never seen anything like this. It's nearly miraculous. Like the tales my grandfather used to tell me about the gem of the store. It's nearly miraculous.
Raimi is going to open his pouch and produce the marble.
So which one is it?
Shit.
Okay. Hold on, I forgot. Oh wow, you do have so many daggers.
Oh, in reference to the thing that Raimi stole.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
You're looking in the. You would be looking in the wrong location for odds and ends items.
Yeah, no, it's that's all right. I was thinking, did I forget that I gave you something with a marble? Okay. No, okay.
I think you described it as a marble.
Yeah, yeah, it's marble size. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take the marble out and you show it to the shopkeeper. Is that it?
Yeah.
That was well, quite interesting. And then I take it that you're here for this very exquisite object. Please come in, and my friend, really, you should take care of yourself. It's probably the sun. I've heard about the sun doing really bad things about people when they stay too long in it. You know, it's we dwarf really don't have that problem because we spend a lot of time underground. But you know, in cities, I've heard humans had that problem. So just take a moment, drink something.
Tropical bird getting a heat stroke. All right.
and then Thykar, you hear a message in your head as Raimi is like with his other hand is pointing at you. And this is definitely a voice that you Thykar have not heard before. There's something very interesting about were-tigers.
What?
One of us is dangerous. More is deadly.
Okay, I get it.
Huh.
You're free to roll intelligence on that.
Yeah, it took me a second to understand it, but yeah, I got it.
9.
9. There's something about were-tigers and numbers. But you don't remember seeing any were-tigers inside or gems that look like tiger's gem or... But feels like he says there's more. That's about it.
Okay. I will recover from my sudden heart attack. Just see what's going on in the shop.
Well,
In fact, even as like the dwarf, is like saying like you like to have like a drink of water. It's like Raimi just like pulls out the decanter and tosses it in Thykar's direction. Dream.
Okay.
you've seen the decanter before. He's used it often enough. He's filled the barrel of water with it. So, you know that water comes out of it. And you know it's magical.
I'll just... I think the word is spout, and I'll put my mouth over where the water comes out. I think it's spout.
Remy, what happens when Tykar says spout?
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Because he didn't pay attention to what Raimi literally said just before he tossed the decanter.
So you make the motion and...
You should not have done that on the internet. That is a very risky motion.
Granted.
Raimi, realizing that you have said the wrong word that he just said,
Okay.
he repeats himself.
And that is
Three.
clipped.
All right. So do you say the right words?
Geyser. No.
Oh
Take your own head off.
shit!
And so you have to make a dexterity saving throw against
No.
yourself.
It,
Or no, strength saving throw, excuse me.
You said
No.
geyser.
fuck's sake.
You
So
said
that's
geyser
I
while
think Aiden said geyser.
Fine.
the worst of it is that you probably said geyser while you were like this. Dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, that's
It is a strength saving throw. I missed
Strength, sorry.
strength. Fuck.
Yeah, you basically get blasted by a fire truck hose.
No, that's a 2.
A what?
A 2. Dude.
Hold on, I have to roll damage for you too.
Oh, jeez.
You also take 3 bludgeoning damage.
So you get blasted with this pressurized water coming out of this, and it just go. You can see the owner of the stores. Are you alright? That was dangerous.
Raimi is just as wide-eyed. Just like,
Please try and refrain from using magic inside the store. You wouldn't want to trigger any of the alarms and protections.
Drenched and very unhappy as to how this heist has turned, I'm just gonna walk the fuck out the store.
All right.
Raimi, after recovering his composure, just looks expectantly at the shop owner.
Well, he is slightly destabilized for a moment, but after a few minutes, Right, mister, you are someone really filled with surprises. I believe you wanted something for this, interesting piece of art? What exactly did you want?
He, I guess he opens his mouth and the sound of coins come out.
He looks at you very confused. He rolled a 3.
You just hear a knock on the window and just like a muffled, "He wants money."
From Tykar with his feathers just dripping wet. And a black eye from the pressurized water. Slowly forming. Money, right. Okay. Hold on. He starts praising the gem. The jewel that you're... The piece of art that you're giving him. Okay. Oh, wow. Fortunately for you, he has the knowledge, the tool, and the proficiency, which quite literally gives 2 prices on the opposite end of the spectrum. And on one end, he rolled a 1. So he looks at this, well, it doesn't look that interesting, and then he takes a little tool and... Oh, wow. And then the roll with advantage is a natural 20, the second one. So you literally went from the lowest value he could give you to the highest value he can give you. So,
You know, see, guys, the moral of the story is like sometimes it's not my dice that are lucky; it's just Raimi.
So he looks at this. Oh, this is very interesting, very intricate. delicate. Are you sure you want to part with this? I mean, this is the kind of thing that people place in their private collection and let people pay to see.
Rainy makes a breaking glass sound.
Mazel tov. I don't know.
He takes a moment and... Right. I think I know what you mean. So I guess you don't have any place where you can put it that would be safe. Well, if you really want to part with it, how about... $150 platinum.
Remy
Fucking
thinks on it, and he nods.
All right. Well, just give me a moment. I have to go get that from the back store. He goes in the back store. You hear something go. He comes back with a small box. Here you go.
God, Remy just opens the box.
It's full of platinum. You can count it if you want.
Jesus Christ.
Like, how shiny does it look?
What's inside? Well, it's platinum,
Yeah.
so it's different than gold shiny, but looks legitimate. It's pretty impressive. You have quite literally never seen so much platinum at the same place.
Remy just has the brightest eyes looking at this. And he closes the box and offers a hand to the dwarf.
Well, that's very generous, and I'm the one who should be thanking you. It's gonna go right beside the jewel of the store. I mean, it's not, it can't compare to it, but it certainly is something that I will be proud to display. And hey, whenever you want, I can even let you have a look at it if you come back.
So Remy makes a rainbow in front of him.
Right.
It's a double rainbow.
Oh! You see him look at one corner, and look at you again, one corner of the store, and look at you again, and I'll take that as a good sign. For you, Remy, he looked at one of the 4 wards. You remember where it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was a moment of confirmation that you saw it. Sort of a, okay.
And Remy is going to kind of like turn his head toward the more expensive piece and just kind of like getting a good look at it as far as like
There's a few interesting diamonds, emerald, rubies. There are a few good gem that you can easily are of a good enough quality to be used literally in spells, but also to just show off, make very interesting jewelry. You get the feeling that he probably gets a lot of requests to make jewelry. So a lot of these gems are well cut and ready to be mounted as gems, as jewelry. I mean.
And he also at the very least gets a good look at the 15,000 piece, just like preserve, because preserve it for memory.
It is amazing to look at, especially even more with your perspective of the teeth. Looking at this, it's has vibrant colors. It really does remind you of the phoenix in the different taint of colors. There is something inside of it that shines and shimmers like fire. It is amazingly cut and the size of a human fist. When you look at the gem, you even have the feeling that the fire inside is slightly alive in the way that it shimmers and waves a bit.
Maybe we'll turn to the dwarf, kind of pointing at it and like, well, that's quite a nice thing you found.
Oh, I didn't find it. It's my grandfather. Well, let's just leave the bad details out of it, and it came from a phoenix. It actually went through the transformation of a phoenix rising from its ashes again. Remy, make an Arcana roll for me, please.
Doobie doobie doo. That's gonna be an 18.
An 18. Because of your background, heavy background in illegal magic, and always being surrounded by these things, you'd guess that there is, and because of what you saw, and forgive me for the pun, a shitload of magic that got dumped into that crystal while it was being made.
Maybe looks at it, nods. It is quite lovely.
It is. It's been in our family since. I mean, there is a priest that actually tried to buy it. You don't sell something like this for a measly 15,000 gold.
Ha! The boy really likes shiny things, doesn't he?
He probably did. We even get a few mages from time to time who try to buy it. Always saying, oh, I can do so much with it, but who wants to have this destroyed in a magical experiment? It's a work of art. It's unique. Don't you agree?
Yeah. Like, Raimi nods. And Raimi will say, well, take care of yourself, Raimi.
Oh, actually, you rolled decently for this one. Alright, Raimi. See you again. Always remember me if you find any more very interesting work of art. I mean, I'm always open for business.
Pleasure doing business with you.
And he lets you leave.
And as Raimi comes out of the store, presumably Thykar is nearby still.
Soaking wet with your decanter in his hands.
Jaw agape, looking at.
He's coming out with a box that he didn't originally come in with.
Mm-hmm.
But or maybe just kind of takes the decanter out of your hands, puts it away, takes that same taloned hand, and just slaps you in the face. I don't know if you want me to do it to hit roll for that, but
If you want to damage him, yes. If you just want to give him a correctional slap, you don't need to. No.
okay. Just like that was the intention. Do you understand what you did wrong, Raimi?
Yeah, apparently you're not ballsy enough to be my partner. God damn.
Go back and
You know,
try it,
Raimi,
bud.
you know, Raimi, I've worked with many stupid men in my day. But you know the difference between me and them? They're dead.
You
And
can
then Raimi just walks off.
you can roll for that if you want to.
No, I think that speaks for itself. So I'll just walk backwards,
just
nodding,
to add
and
salt.
then I fly off.
Just to add salt to the wound, you hear coming from your backpack in your own voice. And it feels weird because you remember saying this earlier today. Think about what you've done. In your own voice.
I whip out my mirror and look at it very intently.
How's it
fuck
feel,
is
bitch?
You look at the mirror and you see yourself crossed arm looking at you from the mirror.
I'm not a smart man, but I know that that's not how mirrors work.
He doesn't say more. Right now, his vocabulary is a bit limited because he hasn't been listening to you for very long.
All right, so you're a judgmental prick and got nothing else to say. Cool. Cool.
I love irony.
You can stay in the bag.
Incidentally, when Rainey walked off, he went looking for the spice shop to sell his saffron, just to
Okay.
end cap that.
That's all right. So as the camera ends and you see Tykar arguing with his reflection in the mirror, you see Raimi slowly walking off toward the spice shop to sell his saffron. Which I said you had the equivalent of £5.
5 pounds, yes.
£5, so it's roughly.
Jesus.
He's gonna buy it from you for 70 gold.
Okie doke. I mean, a drop in the bucket compared to the last exchange, but
Hey, I rolled a natural 20 when it came to the quality of the art object that you found. So
oh no, I get you. It's just funny. It's just really funny.
Remy, you want to buy us an airship real quick? I think you have enough now.
you have a
Probably
few.
buy a crew.
You have a few, the equivalent of a few hundred golds, but you know, a platinum isn't worth 100 gold.
It's worth 10 though. It's times 10.
100. That's over 1,000 gold, though.
Yeah, it's 1,500. 150 platinum is 1,000. No,
Actually,
wait, am I doing that right?
Audience.
150
Audience.
gold. 150 platinum.
Audience. How do you
Yes.
feel that Raimi could buy a heavy plate before you could?
Ooh,
I feel okay because I don't need heavy plate anymore. My item
Yeah.
does not need me to get heavy plate.
I'm the one that needs heavy plate.
I don't need anything.
Considering that you're all in desperate need of magical armor and weapons, I didn't give you that much money.
Yeah. It all disappears very quickly
Yes.
once you actually start spending it.
All right. So, well, this is where we're going to end the episode for tonight. With Tykar leaving disappointed, arguing with his mirror. Remy smiling as best he can because he made more money than the entire group together since the beginning of the campaign, almost. Audience and Fisher making their way to the entrance of the city to meet with this courier who they didn't bother asking what was his name.
We're good at that. We're really
We
good at
asked
that.
how we should find him, and they were like, "He'll just find you." I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, she said
It'll be pretty obvious.
she
okay.
said it wasn't gonna be hard because he's one of the small ones.
Yeah. So we're just gonna stand out there, and he probably knows our description. I don't know how many other large shirtless dragonborn there are.
She doesn't know you're shirtless. You haven't been in the garden since you've become shirtless.
That is true.
So
I keep looking for this armored dragonborn, and I just can't find him anywhere.
There's this shirtless weirdo just standing at the front gate.
all right, well, I hope you all had fun. I hope.
Jesus, that's a lot of money. Okay.
So I hope everyone had fun, as much the players as the viewers. I'm so sorry Tykar didn't turn out exactly the way you wanted.
Trust me when I say you didn't want your way.
I'm gonna be way more brazen with my methods in the near future. Don't worry about it.
So of course, if you enjoyed the show, would be greatly appreciated if you supported the stream in any way you can. You can support us by following us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. As a reminder, if we reach 50 followers on Twitch, I can actually activate subscription. That would be greatly appreciated. But any show of appreciation is always good. So Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, likes, comment, sharing, that's all very appreciated. You can also support us by making a donation or becoming a Patreon. All of those links you can find in the panels below the window. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's in the description under the window. And of course, you can always help us simply by spreading the word of our channel, getting more people to watch us. So, thank you very much for being there tonight. I hope we'll see you again next Wednesday. Until then, stay safe, and especially in these trying times right now, stay healthy. Bye.
See you.
Good night.